very much.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular monthly school board meeting for the Bedford County Public Schools for June 8th, 2023. Ms. Hairston has contacted me. She does have a family medical emergency and will not be here this evening. With that being said, Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam.
I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A128. 1, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment. 2, for the purpose of discussion or consideration of disciplinary matters concerning students enrolled in Bedford County Public Schools, being student number 062023-A and student number 062023-B. Provision of legal, for consultation. 8, for consultation with legal counsel retained by the school board for advice on specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, including school board policy.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are in closed session. Yeah, just sit right there. Okay, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Move.
I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are out of closed session. Now, for that, Ms. Johnson-Cass, for procedure purpose or procedure question, just to make sure that I'm correct. We do need to go back into closed session at the end of the meeting, just for, wait a minute, for number one, but it does not affect the action that we would take on closed session. May we go ahead and take the action now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, may I
Yes.
certify the meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I always forget that step.
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for reminding me. And do we need to amend the agenda in any way to go back into closed session? Or could we just go back into before the adjournment?
That is totally the prerogative of the board. You can amend the agenda. The agenda has already been approved, so you can make a motion to amend again or just add a closed session at the end.
Okay. I'm fine with just adding closed session. I don't think we need to, okay. Okay, do I have a motion regarding the student matters?
So Madam Chair, I need a clarifying question, please.
Yes.
Do I make a motion for each individual student separately, or can I go one big recommendation?
I would do separately.
Okay, all right. So, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation with conditions for student number 062023-A. And those,
Do we give you, who do we give those conditions to? To Dr. Bergen? Okay, so just give them to him.
and
Okay, so I'm sorry, we have a motion regarding, give me that number. I don't have it here.
student 062.
We have a motion regarding student number 062023A. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by who? Mr. Nelms? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, do I have a motion now regarding student number 062023B?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the superintendent recommendation for student number 062023-B.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and given the hour of 6:30, we're going to go ahead and break, and then we will pick up with item 3 at number 9. We're going to move those down after the approval. Yeah?
Did you get to eat?
No,
There's food left.
I'll be okay. Well, no, because when I started asking, and she said her name, and I was like, I already told Susan
Yeah.
that she signed her certificates. This was so delicious. I can't even stand it.
That was good.
Did you eat it?
Oh, yeah.
Did you eat it all?
Yeah, I did.
Good evening. I'd like to reconvene this regular monthly meeting of the Bedford County School Board for June 8th, 2023. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Boric?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Hill, and Dr. Bergen, can you please come forward for student recognition? All right, so our first student being recognized tonight is Alex Adkins from Stanton River High School for his first place finish in carpentry at the Skills USA competition. Alex and other students from the Susie Gibson Science and Technology Center competed against students from all over Virginia and showcased his talent with precision and detail necessary to build success. Congratulations, Alex, on your first place finish. So our next 4 students are being recognized for their success at the Virginia History Day contest sponsored by the Virginia Museum of History and Culture in Richmond. First up is Michaela Branham from Liberty High School. Michaela finished in first place for her individual exhibit of Forced Cultural Assimilation, A New Frontier in Richmond. Next up, we have Andrew Camrata from Jefferson Forest High School, who placed first in his group document for J. Robert Oppenheimer and the atomic bomb. Next, we have Sarah Johnson, who's from Liberty High School as well. Sarah was the second place finisher for her individual performance of International Ladies Garment Workers Union, A New Frontier for Workers' Rights. And then next we have Yesenia Baraha. She's from Jefferson Forest High School, and she placed second in her group exhibit, Frontiers in Feminism, Clara Bow's Legacy. All of these students will now continue on and compete at the National History Day contest later this month. We certainly have our fingers crossed that history repeats itself.
Great job, guys, and thanks for coming out tonight. moving on to the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or any time while in attendance during this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective and about the school in nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to the public schools, and any comments that are harassing or amount to a personal attack against any identifiable individual, whether board member, staff, or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. Individuals will have 4 minutes to address the board. An alarm will sound when an individual has 30 seconds remaining, and a second alarm will sound when the allotted time has expired. When the second alarm sounds, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. And also, we ask that you please do not adjust the microphone at the podium, as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight is Amy Sneed.
Good evening. My name is Amy Sneed, District 7 with Moms for Liberty. As many of you know, our organization's mission statement is dedicated to fighting for the survival of America by unifying, educating, and empowering parents to defend their parental rights at all levels of government. In the interest of that statement, we would like to share our support for the policy INB. If an issue arises, such as gender identity or sexual orientation, the parent should always be the first conversation about this, regardless of anything else. For example, let's play out a few mock scenarios. If I am the parent of a child who is gay, who I fully support in that, I do not want them having conversations with their teacher, let's say, who could potentially not be supportive of that lifestyle. Also, if I am the parent of a student who's struggling with gender identity issues, and I am working through that at home with counseling and support services, I do not want my student to have conversations with a teacher at school who may share a different viewpoint regarding this issue. This policy, as written, serves to support parental rights in that it ensures that a parent is the person who discusses controversial issues, including sexual orientation and gender identity with their child. This policy is so important, and I appreciate the board's proactive approach to this, as we've seen the devastating effects of this to the contrary, both across our country and here in our own county. Last year, this topic came to the forefront of many conversations in one of our own elementary schools. Many of the families who sit in the auditorium tonight, including my own, were faced with a scenario in which a teacher shared information about gender identity and sexual orientation with a classroom full of 4th and 5th grade students. I'm going to share something tonight that was sent to me by a parent of students in that class. And I quote, "As 2 of my children sat in a class that was supposed to be science, the very teacher impressing their young minds wasn't even sure of the subject matter being taught. Biology is science and clearly defines male and female. No title, feelings, or surgery will change this fact. Last year, I was forced as a parent to enter into conversations with my then 4th and 5th graders about titles we had not heard of and choices other people choose to make and how those choices affect everyone around us. Our conversations were rich and honest, but untimely and forced. A teacher brought confusion to the classroom and caused division in children." I would also like to read another quote sent to me by the parent of a gay student. And I quote, "I am a Christian and my son is gay. No one loves him more than his father and I do, just as he is. I would never leave the raising of my son to public education. If I did, he could have been taught that his parents don't love him, that he isn't safe at home, and he'd be a perpetual victim, rather than the amazing young man he is today. On the flip side, I don't want conservative teachers telling my son he's going to hell or he is evil because of his orientation. This policy ensures my right to raise my son to choose what is best for him." End quote. On a more personal note, just over a month ago, I learned that my favorite teacher from high school passed away. I cried. She invested so much in each one of her students, and in reminiscing with my classmates after her death, it made me realize how special she made each and every one of us feel. Her classroom was always available to pop into if you needed help or a place to hang out. As a foreign language teacher, she traveled to Europe with us, and for me, deepened my love of foreign languages. I remember seeing her years after I graduated, and she was thrilled to know I spent a summer studying in Europe. In reading her obituary, I learned that her husband was a pastor. In all the time I had spent with her, I never knew that. Without a doubt, having her as a teacher for 4 years in a row, spending more time with her than I had any other teacher in my 13 years in public education, she created an environment where kids thrived, felt loved, and inspired to learn, but without ever sharing something that I'm certain was a huge part of her personal life. It is possible to create that environment, and it's been happening for years. I urge the board, even those who may have voted against this last time, to consider these conversations belong at home and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed. Cindy Younghouse.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Younghouse of District 7. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board. I'm a parent of 2 BCPS students. By training, I'm a pediatric nurse with a master's degree in parent-child nursing. As a nurse and a parent, safety is of vital importance to me, whether the danger is gun violence, COVID, bigotry, bullying, or discrimination. I think we can all agree, as fellow parents and humans, that safety for the students and teachers in our schools is non-negotiable. Everyone deserves to feel safe and seen at school, including LGBTQ+ people. When students feel safe and supported in our schools, learning and passing those SOLs happen naturally. But Virginia schools aren't currently safe for LGBTQ+ students, as outlined in GLSEN's 2021 Virginia Snapshot, which I included in an email to each of you. Furthermore, we all know one teacher can make a tremendously positive difference in a young person's life. Policy I&B would take that support away, creating a school environment where both students and teachers fear for their safety, possibly exacerbating staff vacancies. I have questions for my school board. I'm not asking them because I'm fearful of the answers. I want answers. Sadly, if this board answered all our questions truthfully, the purpose of this policy would be revealed: to erase LGBTQ+ people. So here are some questions. How is policy I&B going to improve the safety and well-being of vulnerable students, including LGBTQ+ youth? What will happen to the youngest children who simply speak in elementary school circle time about the weekend activities with their non-traditional families? Well, I'll answer that one. Because of how vaguely I&B is written, a teacher would not be allowed to acknowledge the family without fear of recourse. Moreover, instead of sharing the values of inclusion and acceptance, a permanently harmful sense of shame and stigma will be conveyed to that child. We need policies that cultivate safe and affirming environments where all students can thrive and learn, including our LGBTQ+ youth, who are in Bedford County schools right now, who are watching our school board meetings and witnessing members debate their humanity. Because, in fact, policy I&B is so grossly vague, it's unenforceable, inviting a climate of discrimination, lasting harm, and potential litigation. Does the county have $10 million lying around if we get sued for discrimination? That's what Gloucester County had to pay for their discriminatory and harmful bathroom policy that targeted a transgender student. What will happen to your insurance policy when it's discovered I&B violates federal and state laws? You did swear an oath to uphold those laws, I believe. Then how will you budget the millions it will cost you? Will you take funds from the Liberty High School renovations, from teachers' salaries, or paraprofessionals? How will BCPS demonstrate excellence in anything but ignorance and bigotry with a policy as vague and harmful as I&B? I'm sure we can all agree to want safety and excellence in our schools, and that your constituents aren't going to want their tax dollars funding lawsuits caused by inadequately written policy. Though let me be clear, There is no version of this policy which could ever be viewed as adequate. Because policy I and B will be detrimental to safety, excellence, and fiscal soundness in our schools, I urge you to vote against it. It will cost you nothing to do the right thing, which is rejecting this policy completely. Happy Pride Month, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Younghouse. Christian Sneed? Christian Sneed? You don't want to? Waving. Mary Catherine Bennett?
Hello, School Board. My name is Mary Catherine Bennett, and I reside in District 5 in Forest. And I am coming to you as a mother of 6. I have been very active and vocal in all things school-related. I have seen a huge progress in so many things in the community, more involvement, and I think that this policy is fantastic. I think it's fantastic for all children. I think it's fantastic for teachers and for parents where we have been greatly discounted. It makes me extremely happy to see that you are taking the needs of the community seriously. Something that I don't quite understand is why people oppose this policy. This policy merely protects the students and makes sure that their impressionable and malleable mind is protected again from anything that should not happen too soon. We've seen the data, we've seen the statistics. Gender confusion, sexual promiscuity, all of it has gone up across the board constantly throughout the United States. And you also see the extremes. Bedford County does so many things right. There are amazing teachers, there's amazing staff, and I want to make sure that those teachers and staff are acknowledged. But just like in every field, there is a select few that may be promoting things that aren't the best for the community. That's how I feel within this school district as well, that there are teachers, there are staff members that do not have the same interest and the same views that the parents have. This is a conservative county and with conservative values, and I have been contacted by many staff and teachers talking about how they're not able to speak with their Christianity views because they get in trouble. And it seems to me that this right here protects all, because Christianity cannot be discussed, sexuality should not be discussed. It seems to me that it evens the fields and just presents the children with education, which is what we need. The bottom line is raising the excellence. We all know, we've seen how some of the schools are not performing well. We've seen the SOLs. We know what it is. And I feel like we're so focused on fluff, such as this ridiculousness, that this policy shouldn't even have to be implemented. It grieves me that it has to be implemented. But I do think it's important so we can focus major on the majors, as my mom always says. And the feedback and what you're going to hear tonight, people want this. Parents want to be involved. They want to have good relationships with their teachers and know that when they're handing off their children for 8 hours of the school day, Monday through Friday, that they are just being taught things that are not detrimental to their young minds. They're just learning math. They're learning history. We want to raise that standard of excellence. I hate that this is so conflicted. I hate that this has become almost a circus show. But the bottom line is you have parents who are not going to stand down, and they're not going to back down, because we want what's best for all the children. And you can be kind and you can be loving without putting forth any sort of agenda on either side to these children. And so that is why I'm asking you to please adopt this policy and protect our children. I very much appreciate each and every one of you. I know your job's really difficult and you get lots of emails from all of us. But I thank you, I thank the teachers and the staff. So, okay, I made it.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Heather Ferriello. I'm sorry if I did too terribly bad.
That was actually really good. Pretty good.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
good, close. Good evening. My name's Heather. I live here in town. I have 2 little boys that go to Bedford Primary. I came tonight to speak in favor of the policy and pray that it is passed. For a very long time, the church has been silent on these issues. In just the past month, I've witnessed others opposing this policy trying to silence Christians by manipulating scripture, redefining love, acceptance, and truth. I can't stand by any longer and not fight for truth. Truth is not subjective. It does not ebb and flow on whatever society's focus of the week is. Truth is defined by the reality of a situation and facts. As teachers step into their roles each day, in the classroom, their primary focus should be teaching math, science, history, and not on the false realities our society is trying to push today. It is each parent's job to introduce sexuality and gender to their children. It is our God-given responsibility as parents, not a teacher's. Children's minds cannot handle and should not be forced to engage in untruth and forced unrealistic perception of what reality is, such as the transgender movement. With our test scores continuing to drop, why are we not focusing on the tools to help these children become successful? Instead, we're focusing on pushing social agendas not based on truth. If we continue to focus on social issues and not academics, our children's grades will continue to drop, and I'm sure student enrollment will too. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Debbie Harvey. Debbie Harvey.
District 3. I truly believe that everyone on the board wants what's best for our students, but no one on the board nor anyone in the schools loves my children more than I do. No one sacrifices for them more than I do or knows their struggles and their strengths better than I do. Discussions such as the ones referred to in I and B belong only in the home when the parents think it's appropriate. Since it's been mentioned for 2 meetings now about the kindergartner that may say, what am I supposed to say to if it's a non-traditional family? Well, you say the same thing you did if it's a traditional family. If they say they went out to ice cream with their non-traditional family or traditional family, you say, well, what kind did you get? What was your favorite? The conversation following is the same. So we're making an issue of something that's not. At the last meeting, there was a speaker that said that she didn't think we even needed the I&B policy, and I would like to share with you some reasons why I think we do. First, 13% of teachers are members of the BCEA, and some of those members have voiced opposition to this policy. The BCEA is the local chapter of the self-identifying union, the VEA. The VEA is the affiliate of the NEA. I think we should look at the union's published stances on these issues, as some of their members have been vocal about the policy being considered. These words are straight from their website as their guidance. And the 2 most troubling that I want to point out, it says students have the right to transition at school. Schools, and the second one, schools must not disclose personal information about the student's identity without the student's consent. And I notice that there's no mention of parents in these policies that they want to follow. Secondly, studies have historically shown that approximately 82% of minors struggling with gender dysphoria grow out of this dysphoria in young adulthood. Perhaps this will change considering the exponential rise in adolescents identifying as transgender, the social contagion surrounding it in peer groups, and the affirmation being given by adults. At the May school board meeting, a teacher said that she strongly disagreed that counselors, I think it was the month before April, are qualified to discuss this topic. So she disagreed that only counselors are qualified to discuss this topic. Those self-appointing as counselors should not be advising or casually evaluating the depth of a student's gender dysphoria, especially considering this typically awkward time of adolescence for all youth. The policy should be passed to prohibit this from happening. Thirdly, we need this policy because many young adults and teens who transitioned in different levels are realizing this only harmed them. They are suing counselors, doctors, therapists, and schools. I have seen many interviews in which the young adults said that no one wanted to talk about their mental comorbidities, over which 80% of trans-identifying youth have, but yet they were ignored and the focus was on sex and sexuality. These young adults will be struggling for life for the harmful advice given to others who meant well. Lastly, there was a question from a teacher during the public comment section that was directed to those of you on the school board who are in favor of INB. The question was, what are you afraid of? My child's class was asked by the teacher on at least 2 occasions to write down their preferred pronouns. At FMS, there was a math assignment in which students were asked how they identified. There was a self-identified as a drag show being promoted by the school. There was a Broadway flop chosen for theater, of which the show's own adapter says of that Broadway flop, sex permeates the show. Yet it was chosen by adults to be performed by our kids. I think the more appropriate question would be, why is there an active minority behind a powerful movement obsessed with sexualizing the children? I look forward to Bedford County returning to a school system that focuses solely on educating our children and talking about how to work together to provide a quality education for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Fenton Forbes.
You said Fenton Forbes, right?
Yes, I did.
Hello, I am Fenton Forbes of District 2. More importantly, I'm a student second, and I'm a person first. As a student, I've come to address my concerns, disappointment, and my feelings at the new policy revision, INB, or the policy we all know. I believe that it destroys the idea of LGBT rights in schools, and it curtails the rights of LGBT students and teachers. I'll begin by honestly stating policy isn't necessary. I could believe, or I understand your mentality if you believe it has no place in schools. I understand that. I grew up in a household where it was a bad thing. You don't talk about it, it doesn't belong, it's not what the Bible says. However, I also believe that educational controversy is the only way we get anywhere. In Athenian society thousands of years ago, only way men were allowed to do anything was if they argued with the men above them. If they argued or played devil's advocate, if they played for something they truly believed in, that's what they got. Educational controversy gives us that. And that starts with real-world representation and education. It's unrealistic to beat down one community's prevalence in our education system because however much of a minority we may be, we exist. And if you wish to shelter a child, or just one more child from our existence, hate to break it to you, the majority of LGBT students come from our high schools and will continue to come from our high schools for possibly years. So you got to look at it. We'll be adults within the next 2 to 5 years. This means that honestly, we'll be voting adults with the idea that we exist and we got silenced. You can force our teachers to stop listening to us with these policies, and that's okay because they'll still talk to us about it. It'll be off the books. We'll be talking about it, how we feel, how we genuinely feel with these teachers, same way we always do. We'll find them in off times. We'll talk about how our parents don't really approve of who we are, of how our friends stand with us, how we went to a pride parade, how we stood alongside our friends and played video games, just talking about how we are. It's unnecessary because when it comes down to it, we're looking at such a small minority of teachers who care to listen to our mental health or genuinely want to talk about it. And if you restrict that even further to, hey, if you want to talk to me about your chosen name or your chosen pronouns, you can't talk about it. Nope. You want to talk to me about your same-sex partner? Nope, can't talk about it. Our mental health and the way that we see the world should be your concern because times change and they shouldn't be the target. Help save a life, don't end one. Honestly, this policy is a huge step back for LGBTQ rights, and it goes against what this country should stand for. My granddad lived and fought in this country in the Vietnam War, and he, way back when, I lived in Allegheny County before this, 5 years ago, he approved of who I was in middle school. He said, you can choose to be whoever you want to be, just know that I'm here for you. He fought for this country, and that's what this country stands for, is absolute freedom, absolute discussion, and absolute anything. We should build great things, beautiful things out of love, a universal understanding that we are all the same, and that resentment you must feel, any fear or anxieties, can be stopped with an honest sit-down conversation with those you target. Build out of love, not hate. So in closing, happy Pride Month to all the queers of Bedford County in 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Josie Davis. Josie Davis.
Josie couldn't be here tonight, so I'm taking her place on the gentleman's house, District 3.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You weren't in the microphone, we couldn't hear.
Jen Lazowski, District 3. Excuse me. I have read and reread the proposed policy and had to say, how did we get here? Nobody wants this. Nobody wants to have to even deal with this. But I want to talk about one of the major catalysts in the formation of this policy. And that's the decision-making and judgment of some of our theater departments over the last year or so. I think we all know what transpired, but I want to explore the whys, and I'm hoping the board is also interested in exploring the whys. Why was the play Head Over Heels chosen? I went to a random site for choosing high school plays, and there were 857 plays to choose from. Why was this play chosen? According to the New York Times, and I quote, the play cost $14.5 million to produce. The show did not recoup its cost, making it a flop. And it was shut down on Broadway after 5 months. So I ask again, why was this play chosen? Why did the Cavalier Theater on April 27th send out a message that said, get out and support the great work of our friends at Glass and Heritage? The play they wanted everyone to support was called Prom. An excerpt from the play refers to those who practice the Judeo-Christian faith as fist pumping, Bible thumping, spam eating, cousin humping, cow tipping, shoulder slumping, tea bagging, Jesus jumping, and losers with their inbred wives. Again, I ask, why was this message sent out in support of this play? We have the drag show controversy and the invite to have a satanic temple presentation at the Jefferson Forest High School. Again, why were these activities instigated, conducted, and promoted by our theater departments? I've heard we were fundraising. How much money was made? Was it generated by our community? I don't think so. What were the ticket sales of Head Over Heels versus a play that was presented at Liberty? I've also heard we want to be kind and inclusive. What about the devout children of Christian, Jewish, and yes, Muslim faiths that don't feel comfortable participating in such stuff? Are we being kind and inclusive to those children? I don't think so. We go back to my original question, why? Why is this being tolerated by administrative officials? We all know these actions are dividing our community. We know the actions are causing division among students. We all know these actions are causing our board to spend hours debating and devising these policies. We all know our school board members are spending hours answering emails from concerned parents when they should be figuring out why our buildings are in such disrepair, why our test scores are in the toilet, and how our administration organizational structure got so out of hand and so bloated. And I again ask the question, why? Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Gillespie.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Cindy Gillespie, and I have been teaching at State River High School for the past 24 years. I also have one child that attends and one child that recently graduated from State River. I want to thank the Bedford County Board of Supervisors for approving the 41-cent tax raise. I want the Bedford County School Board to know that we are all watching and waiting. I hope this money is spent on its publicized purposes. As an educator, I have been held accountable to fill the gap that economic and other life issues have left on some of our students. I have been to numerous workshops on equity versus equality. I hope the Bedford County School Board will listen to this same advice and help fill the gap that some schools have. Please help bring some pride and equity to the schools in Bedford County. Also, I have read the proposed changes to policy INB, and I am concerned about the proposed paragraph addition dealing with discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity. It states, teachers should not engage in discussions with students about sexual orientation and gender identity. As a math teacher, I do not generally teach or talk about controversial issues. It deeply saddens me that I might not be able to start the upcoming year by showing pictures of my family and discussing what I did with my husband and children over the summer, since this will automatically define my sexual orientation. Students need to be able to discuss their relationships, issues, and how excited they are to have spent their summer with someone they like. Please allow teachers to continue to discuss their life so that students can see that we too have lives outside of school. From the last school board, I understand that several of you feel that these discussions about sexual orientation and gender identity should take place in the home instead of at school. Clearly, you are blessed to have a home that your children feel comfortable talking to you about their life. Unfortunately, not all of our students live in a supportive, loving home environment. I know of students every year that have unsupportive parents. This can lead to behavior issues, grade issues, and certainly mental health issues that can go as far as causing students to attempt or succeed in suicide. These students get this love and support from their school mom or dad, known to you as teachers, secretaries, counselors, custodians, cafeteria staff, bus drivers, and other adults at the school. Please take this one paragraph out of the proposed INB policy update. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. Michelle Blair.
My name is Michelle Blair. I'm the mother and grandmother of Sage Blair. I adopted Sage when she was just shy of 2 years old. Sage is now 16 and a survivor of sex trafficking. Hers is a tragic story, and it is a miracle that she was found alive. I am eternally grateful that she survived. God is definitely in the details. When Sage was 13 years old, she began to question who she was. Puberty and COVID hit hard. Her mental health began to decline. I thought I had a handle on it until she began her first day of 9th grade at Appomattox High School. Sage decided to identify as a boy, only because she thought the attention would help her find friends. Well, she did get lots of attention, just not the attention that helped her. Instead, the attention harmed her due to the actions of the school. Her school teachers and counselors never told me that Sage was identifying as a boy. They never told me nor bothered to even request a parent meeting. Instead, they encouraged her transition behind my back, and they never told me that a counselor encouraged her to use the boys' bathroom. And the other counselor gave her 2 transgender sites and encouraged her to use the chat rooms to meet similar kids. They never told me she was being threatened with physical harm. They never told me she was being bullied. They never told me she was petrified until it was too late. My daughter ran away. She ran from home into the hands of a sex trafficking ring. At only 14 years old, my daughter lost her innocence. It was tragic. Sage was gone 344 days. She is now home. She is safe. She is working with a trauma therapist who is honest with me. Recently, I asked Sage what advice she would tell other kids about her experience in running away. Her response: the reason why getting groomed, kidnapped isn't fun. You will get tortured mentally and physically. You could be potentially killed if you don't want to kill yourself by then. Groomers don't care about you. They will hurt you. So I want to thank you for allowing me to speak here today. We all need to speak up on what is happening to our children, not just here in Virginia, but in everywhere. It's a social contagion that is attacking our children from within the family unit, which is exactly why Delegate Dave LaRock proposed Sage's Law during the last legislative session. A bill that seeks to ensure that a child cannot undergo any type of gender transition under school supervision without the knowledge of a parent or legal guardian. I hope that by me speaking here today, you may begin to understand why this is so important. I'm not here to tell you how to raise your children. I'm not here to criticize school officials and counselors. I'm here to share my story in the hopes that it may save one child from what Sage had to endure. because I never in a million years thought what happened to Sage could happen right here in my own backyard, but it did. The bottom line is that we need schools to communicate with parents. There is absolutely no way that any school staff could know a child better than the parent. Please respect our parental rights. If you have knowledge of a child identifying as anyone other than what is on their school record, advise the parent. Because if you don't, you become part of the problem, not part of the solution. A child needs their family. Even children from abused homes need professional support to keep the family together. Our children are trying to grow up in a lost world, a world that wants to teach even pre-K children that they can be any gender they feel. And we won't tell your parents. My heart breaks for the children that have run away to a glitter family and are still missing. We don't hear about them because the parents are too traumatized to think straight. I know, I'm one of those parents. Had my daughter's school involved me, she would not have a lifetime sentence of PTSD. So please hear me. If you don't think this could happen to your child, think again. I was a mom whose top priority was safety of my daughter, yet she slipped right through the cracks because of a school's decision to keep me in the dark, a decision that almost killed my daughter. In the words of Benjamin Franklin, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Please help schools to become part of the cure. It does take a village. Please be part of a healthy village, a village that insists on honesty between schools and parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. Since we had a speaker forfeit their time, we're going to move to the first person on the wait list, which is Mr. Dietrich.
Good evening. I'm Dave Dietrich from the 4th. Significant differences of opinion over education remain. Some believe education should be under the control of professionalized central bureaucracy. Others believe education should be opened up to the greater competition of ideas. Central to these differences is the degree to which parents and the broader community should be involved. What to teach in order to educate remains a central issue. That issue has been caused by a kind of ongoing cultural war. In the Western tradition, from the ancient Greeks and Romans down through the Church and the Enlightenment, education has dealt with discovery of truth. Intellectual and moral growth, the latter virtue, have been central. Critical thinking, focusing on understanding the systems of things, has been critical. Perhaps another element has been an influencing factor as well: faith. During the Enlightenment, faith centered on belief in the progress of science and its ability to improve the human condition. In Christianity, faith has centered not on the discoveries of science and human improvement, but rather on the salvific work of Jesus Christ, looked upon as Lord and Savior. Today, there is a challenge to these classical Enlightenment and Christian views that together have constituted the core of Western thought. Why? Because there is no belief in God. Rights, therefore, no longer come from God. Many believe rights now come from government that arbitrarily grant them. All becomes permissible, except, of course, for the Western tradition and its truths and values. The new thinking is termed postmodernism. It is also called nihilism, wokeness, DEI, and the like. It's anti-classical, anti-enlightenment, and anti-Christian. It is anti-classical, anti-enlightenment, and anti-Christian to its core. It is deeply political. It is also deeply religious in that it has its own religiosity and cosmology upon which it is built. Its core religion focuses on deconstructionism, moral relativism, and rejection of both moral absolutes and absolute truth. It does not tolerate dissent. It persecutes under the guise of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It corrupts our youth. It does not educate, it indoctrinates. Listen closely and discern, as we will continue to hear from its envoys and disciples. Their message must be peacefully resisted and refuted. through reason and dispassion. Our children's futures are at stake. Alexis de Tocqueville once wrote, "America is great because she is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great." Let us not deconstruct America's greatness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. We have reached our 40-minute limit. I will close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Let's move on to item 7.01, presentation by Brook Hill Farms. Ms. Joanne Miller.
Hello, I'm Joanne Miller, and I want to bring some happiness to this evening by talking to you about a program that we have here in Bedford County called Schooling with Horses. We've been serving the community since 2008. We started out in 2001 as a horse rescue, and I needed some help because, again, the horses needed care and there was just me. So I brought in, my background is education, learning disabilities teacher, I brought in some inner city youth from Lynchburg City and realized that these kids were failing school. So I kind of said, you have to work with the horses in order, and get your homework done in order to work with the horses. And what I found is what you all know already, at-risk teens, students with disabilities, and students from economically disadvantaged homes tend to drop out of high school, and this population is difficult to work with. So I have a little graph here just showing you of all students with disabilities and students economically disadvantaged from the Central Virginia area. So everybody can see how, obviously the dropout rate of these students is more. Through research, we've found that smaller groups are what make these kids successful. And we know that outdoor behavioral therapy is a well-known treatment for these at-risk teens, which engages students on cognitive and behavioral levels. It provides a stress-free, emotional, safe learning environment. Equine-assisted learning is something that's brand new. It started about 10 years ago, and it's aiding personal growth and development of life skills and academics through horse interactions. So we have a school on our property. It is grades 9 through 12, ages 14 to 21. It's a 10-student limit, single-sex classroom with a teacher and counselor. We follow an IEP and a 504 plan. Our curriculum is Virtual Virginia, and the kids stay in the program throughout their high school. We talk about solution-focused learning. It's student-directed, our program. It's interactional, future-oriented, goal-oriented, competency-based. The kids envision the future, which is high school graduation, and we teach the skills to achieve that outcome. Skills needed to be successful in school: critical thinking, communication, problem-solving, teamwork, self-management, study skills. Horse activities address all modes of learning: visual, kinesthetic, and auditory. Why horses in therapy? Y'all have dogs up there? Dogs love you when you come home. Horses aren't that way. Horses are prey animals. We're predators. We eat them. They know that. So what they do is they mirror us. So the kids coming to the farm, most of them have mental health issues, diagnosed mental health issues, and are in alternative schools. If you look at this picture right here, the horse and the young lady, two things could be happening in your picture. The young lady could be getting ready to give the treat to the horse. As you can see, the horse is bringing his head in toward the child. Or she could be ready to bop him with her elbow. So you can see the horse's body moving away. The horses teach the kids how to learn about their body language. And the kids make changes to get successful outcomes. They develop life skills to allow growth in the face of adversity. Where it's all based on theories. This is the theory of resilience. Just a little side note, I'm a college professor, so I'm kind of nerdy, so I really got into the research of this. So the ability to have good outcomes in spite of serious threats to adaptation or development, they need to develop resilience. So we teach the kids with the horses how to control things that they can control, things like their words, their actions, their ideas. And they also have to learn how to work with things outside their control, other people's actions, other people's mistakes, other people's ideas. We teach them self-efficacy, the development of empathy, and a work ethic. and how to work together. And we have college interns from all the local colleges, which introduce positive opportunities. I would say 100% of the kids that are in my program don't have parents that have even completed high school, so to them, college is just such a far reach. So you say, why horses and how do horses work? Fractions. I'm going to give you something simple for those of you who aren't into more advanced math. For instance, the kids in the equine therapy ring will do fractions. We'll circle 2 cones out of 8. We can reduce those fractions. It's kinetic. They're working together. English, we also do English. We do a lot of observations of horse herds and down at the creek for biology studies and all sorts of things, which are real to the kids. And they're able to transfer that back into our classroom. And I think I'm here tonight to tell you we have a 100% graduation rate of our kids, which I think is unheard of. Every kid that comes to me is failing school. Every kid that comes to me doesn't go to school half the time. And what we found is it improves their grades, it improves their behavior, and it improves their attendance. Now, this is what it looks like if you look over the years. You can see the Central Virginia students with disabilities, Central Virginia students economically disadvantaged, and then my Brook Hill kids. We did a research paper on this, which you have, I think you should have a folder on your desk with the research paper there. We were only able to use, out of the 140 some that have graduated from my program, we were only able to use 68 in our study because we wanted to match exactly what you have in your classrooms. So we picked only students that were economically disadvantaged, only students that were had a disability. We did not pick children that had both. So our study was limited to the 68. So the research project shows that when we have our academics, we have our at-risk youth, we have our deliberate practice where we're practicing things over and over, both on the ground and with the horses, and then back in the classroom, that we have a 100% success rate. And we had 142 youth come through our program. And like I said, all these kids were failing school. All of them were all dead. So, one of my biggest things I want to tell you, of the 68, I had 7 kids that got PhDs. How many of you all can say that about any other program? We had kids with master's degrees, bachelor's degrees, community college, and technical school. Every child that came through my program furthered their education and are no longer living below the poverty line. Bedford County partnered with us before COVID. Obviously, you have a new administrator and new school system, but we partnered with you all. I had kids when COVID came, with Bedford County would send their alternative ed kids to us a couple times a week. The kids that came to us actually dropped out of your school during COVID and came to my school and got their GEDs to finish. I think this says a lot about our program. Thank you. So what is ARC School? Right now we have 8 students. We have 3 from Bedford County, 4 from Lynchburg City, 1 from Campbell County. This year, I just had 4 graduate. Remember, these kids are failing school, alternative ed, behavior problems, ankle bracelets, sent to my school by the courts. 4 of them have graduated, not only from high school, but from CVCC early college. And all of them, or 4 of them, are going to college, have been accepted to college and are college bound. So, I am here to let you know that this program exists in the county. We are at a process right now in our program is trying to see how we want to move forward. Do we want to be regional? Do we want to work with Bedford County? Where do we want to go with this program? So I ask each of you to look at your folders. Please reach out to me, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Anybody have any questions?
Not at this time, I don't believe.
Okay, and anybody is welcome to visit us anytime. We are I think we're in District 7 in Forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Appreciate it. Moving on to item 8 of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? Yes.
I want to say one thing. Again, I know they say this a lot, but I think it can't be said enough. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your excellent notes and minutes that you take for us each and every month. They're always excellent.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Moving on to item 9, picking up with items that were not covered at 5 o'clock. Picking up with 3.01, preliminary spring SOL data. Dr. Trosper. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you. Tonight, board members and members of the public who are with us tonight and viewing online, tonight we're going to be sharing the preliminary results for all grade levels from the Spring Standards of Learning, or SOL assessments, which concluded at the end of this school year on May 26. I'd like to emphasize that the results we're sharing tonight are preliminary, and that the Virginia Department of Education will release finalized data in September. Of course, we will return to the board to share those finalized results and accreditation status once that information has been determined and published by the Virginia Department of Education. As we are looking at the data tonight, you're going to notice some obvious concerns, particularly in middle school and across the board in science. However, while there is always room for improvement, there is much to celebrate in these results, and I'm very pleased and proud of the work of our teachers and students. Next week in our annual administrative conference, when our entire central leadership team and all of our principals gather together, we will meet in conference sessions and be reflecting on these preliminary results in preparations for the upcoming 23-24 school year. And principals, of course, will continue to analyze their school level data with their teachers to identify those factors that have impacted student academic progress and to develop action steps within their own continuous school improvement plans for improving student outcomes. So at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Trosper to share the preliminary results. Dr. Trosper.
This evening I will present preliminary data from recent SOL tests. Final scores, as Dr. Bergen said, will not be available until later, but there will likely be changes, but we really have done our best to accurately represent student performance with the information that is available to us. Please note that this evening's report only gives overall student performance data. Spring testing did conclude on May the 26th, so this is a pretty quick turnaround to compile the data for tonight. But as we continue to analyze, we will give detailed subgroup data in future presentations. Our principals, however, do have the subgroup data, and we expect that they should already be analyzing it. The chart on the screen shows the SOL testing schedule for all students in Virginia. Students are required to test in reading and math every year from grades 3 through 8. They test in Virginia Studies in grade 4 and Science in grade 5. In grades 7 and 8, they test in all 4 core subject areas. And also in grade 8, students take a writing test, and they also have the opportunity to earn high school credit for courses such as World History 1 and Earth Science. Once students enter high school, testing requirements are a bit different. Per regulations from the Every Student Succeeds Act, students not yet meeting graduation requirements in a specific content area must take the SOL assessment. Once they have met graduation requirements, they are no longer required to test in that subject. There are some exceptions, however. High school students are required to take the biology SOL and English SOL in 11th grade, and the SOL for the math course they are enrolled in as a freshman, which could be Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2. Students must take the biology and math SOL assessment regardless of whether or not they need these assessments to meet graduation requirements. So for example, if a student passed the Algebra 1 class and the Algebra 1 SOL test in middle school, he or she has earned the verified credit in mathematics, but they still must take the Geometry or Algebra 2 SOL test in high school to meet the federal accountability requirements. So when I report the scores at the high school level, note that scores are not necessarily representative of overall student achievement in these core subject areas, since not all students take the SOLs once they have met their graduation requirements. Also, before reporting scores, I want to explain some terminology to show how achievement rates are used in accreditation to determine final performance level. Now, this report is not intended to predict accreditation ratings, but some slides will show a combined pass rates that do factor in growth and recovery, and some will only report on raw scores, which do not factor in growth and recovery. A combined pass rate is available to students in grades 3 through 8 in both English and math. In calculating accreditation ratings, the combined pass rate includes students who pass a state assessment, students who fail the state assessment but demonstrate growth, or students who pass the state assessment after failing the previous year's state assessment and also receive remedial instruction, which counts for recovery. Note that science is measured using the raw pass rate. Growth and recovery are not factored into final scores for science. And then something else you'll see in the report is the combined pass rates for English and math appear to be much higher in last year's scores than this year's. So keep in mind that in the spring of 2022, student growth was calculated by comparing from the spring of 21 to the spring of 22. Student scores were very low in the spring of 21, which made the pool of students eligible for growth quite large. In the spring of 23, student growth was calculated by comparing fall of 22 to spring of 23. So the number of students eligible for growth was lower this year than they were last year. So just continue with where I left off in May. Bedford County has joined a consortium called the Comprehensive Instructional Planning, or CIP. One of the benefits is that we receive data reports that help us see where we stand relative to other member divisions. As a reminder, the map on screen shows what divisions are members of CIP. There are 53 school divisions represented in the data I'm going to share, and there are 372 schools that have administered SOL tests so far. The next few slides will show where Bedford County stands in relation to these divisions and compared to our schools in Bedford County. The scores on this slide are based on projected accreditation rates for Bedford County and CIP schools. That means they do include combined rates for students in English and math in grades 3 through 8. As you can see, many of the challenges and scores are not unique to Bedford County. Of the 372 CIP member schools, so far only 30 have posted level 1 performance in all academic indicators. This includes 25 elementary schools, 4 high schools, and 1 pre-K through 8 school. But as you can see on the chart, in elementary, Bedford County students scored higher than CIP member divisions in math, science, and English. In high school, Bedford County students scored higher than CIP member divisions in math and English and 4 points lower in science. In middle school, Bedford County students scored higher than CIP member divisions in science, 4 points lower in math, and have the same pass rates in English. As you can see, Bedford County student performance is equal to or better than CIP member divisions in all core subject areas with the exception of high school science and middle school math. The scores on this slide represent ELA test raw pass rates and do not factor in growth or recovery for Bedford County and CIP schools. In ELA, Bedford County student performance is equal to or better than all CIP member divisions. The scores on this slide also represent raw pass rates for math courses. In math, Bedford County student performance is equal to or better than all CIP member divisions in 5 of the 7 tests. Algebra 1 is only 2 points lower than the other divisions, but comfortably exceeds the state benchmark of 70%. There is a note I wanted to call to your attention about grade 7 math. This score is an outlier, we believe, because of the way we accelerate middle school math courses. Students in 7th grade advanced math actually take the Math 8 SOL. This means only students not in an advanced track take Math 7 in Bedford County. So we do believe that drives the overall student scores down. So our acceleration path may not necessarily be what other member divisions are doing. The scores on this slide represent pass rates for science and social studies for Bedford County and CIP schools. In science, Bedford County student performance is equal to or better than all CIP member divisions in 2 of the 4 tests. In social studies, student performance is equal to or better than all CIP member divisions in all tests. So the following slides will show pass rates for all Bedford County students for each core subject area. While accreditation is based on the combined pass rate, our team bases internal support on raw scores since they give us an accurate reflection of where students are based on grade level standards. This chart displays the percentage of students who passed each ELA test given to students in Bedford County. These scores represent raw pass rates, and again, as I said, don't factor in growth or recovery, but do please note that the pass rates in ELA and math are lower than what you might see on the school quality profile for the 21-22 school year because they do show the combined pass rate. So I did not include those because it's not an accurate comparison. But again, raw scores for grade 3 reading were 71% pass rate, grade 4 77%, grade 5 75%, grade 6 74%, grade 7 73%, grade 8 69%, grade 8 writing 53%, and then EOC, which stands for end of course reading, which is taken in 11th grade, there was a 90% pass rate, and then EOC writing in 11th grade was an 81% pass rate. So for grades 8 and 11, writing and reading actually are combined to get 1 ELA score as we begin to get our accreditation reports. This chart displays the percentage of students who passed each math test given to students in Bedford County. In grade 3 math, 78% of students passed. In grade 4 math, 75%. Grade 5 math, 74%. Grade 6 math, 66%. Grade 7 math, 51%. Grade 8 math, 61%. And then Algebra 1, 82%. This chart displays the percentage of students who passed each science SOL test given to students in Bedford County. Please note that growth and recovery are not available to schools in science, so these scores are similar to what would be on the accreditation report. So I did include 21, 22 scores because it is easier to draw a comparison when looking at raw scores. So in science, 2018 standards were newly implemented this year, and they were first tested this year in grades 5 and 8 and biology. So again, grades 5, grades 8, and biology were tested on new standards. We monitored implementation of these new standards. We do know that typically there is a drop in scores during the first year of new testing, and this does appear to be the case in some subject areas. So the percentage of students who passed the science SOL test in Bedford County, grade 5, 71%, grade 8 science, 61%, earth science, 65%, and biology, 66%. So even with the new standards, Bedford County students did improve our pass rates in grades 5 and 8. However, biology scores did drop by 4, which again was not unexpected. This chart displays the percentage of students who passed each social studies test given to students. High school history scores are not included in this chart. As I said previously, there is no testing requirement for students in social studies once they have met the verified graduation credit. The number of students who tested in World History 2 and Virginia U.S. History is quite low, and the number only includes students who have previously failed as Social Studies SOL. Also keep in mind that only science scores count towards accreditation. History scores are reported on school quality profiles, but they are not factored into those ratings. So the percentage of students who pass Social Studies SOL tests are Virginia Studies, 76, Civics and Economics, 75, and World History 1, 65. In all three areas, students improved. Virginia Studies showed significant improvement as their scores are 38 points higher than previous school years. The following slides will show a combined pass rate for all Bedford County students for each core subject area. Again, accreditation ratings are based on combined rates, and I've included scores from last year so we have an accurate comparison. The next 3 slides will show combined pass rates for each elementary school broken down by zone and reading. Final 22-23 scores may improve slightly, but we think this represents the most accurate data for where we are now and where we think we will be in August. The cells that are highlighted in green means that schools met the state benchmark for reading, which is 75%. So in the forest zone, all schools had over an 80% combined pass rate. In the Liberty Zone, all schools met the state benchmark, and I want to give a special commendation to Big Island Elementary, which had a 92% pass rate. In the Stanton River Zone, all elementary schools had over an 80% combined pass rate. And so while there is room to improve, we are very proud of our elementary reading teachers, administrators, and students. The next 3 slides will show combined pass rates for each elementary school broken down by zone in math. The cells, again, that are highlighted in green mean that schools met the state benchmark in math, but for math it is 70%. In the forest zone, all schools had over an 80% combined pass rate, and 3 of them had over 90%. In the Liberty Zone, all schools met the state benchmark. As you can see, they were very close to all 3 schools having an over 80% pass rate. And in the Stanton River Zone, all schools met the state benchmark, and 3 schools had over an 80% pass rate. So again, there's always room to improve, but we are proud of our elementary math teachers, administrators, and students. And before going to the next slide, I do want to address a trend that appears concerning. Notice in both reading and math, it looks like many of our schools regressed from last year. Recall from slide 3 that student scores were very low in the spring of 2021. Test results from the spring of 22 reflect a large number of growth and recovery points because the number of students eligible for growth and recovery were larger and compared from growth spring of 21 to spring of 22. As our raw scores have improved over the last few years, that means there's fewer opportunities for growth and recovery this year. So these scores then are not necessarily a regression, but they may actually be closer to an accurate performance indicator of where students really are in reading and math. These charts display the percentage of students who passed each science and social studies SOL test given to students in Bedford County, again broken down by school and zone. The state benchmark for science and social studies is 70%. In science, all 4 zone elementary schools met the state benchmark, and 2 showed significant growth from the previous school year. In social studies, all schools also met the state benchmark comfortably, and all but 1 showed growth. In science, 1 Liberty Zone elementary school met the state benchmark, and 2 showed growth from previous school year. In social studies, 2 schools met the state benchmark, and 1 that did not actually showed a 13% growth from last year. In science, 3 Stanton River Zone elementary schools did not meet the state benchmark, but 1 showed growth from the previous year. In social studies, all schools met the state benchmark and 3 showed growth. For science overall, 7 elementary schools met the state benchmark and 5 did not. This is actually the same as last year. Of those who did not meet the benchmark, 3 showed improvement. Overall, 6 of our schools showed improvement from last year and 6 did not. But again, I want to emphasize that grade 5 took an SOL test on these new science standards, and typically those scores do drop during this first year of testing, as we see was the case for our elementary schools. Questions were just formatted differently, as we've seen, and they were just more rigorous than previous years. So our teachers will need to make adjustments moving forward to better prepare students for this exam. In social studies, 10 elementary schools met the state benchmark, and 2 did not. Last year, 7 schools met the benchmark, so there was growth. Of the 2 who did not meet the benchmark, 1 showed improvement from last year. Overall, 9 schools showed improvement from last year and 3 did not. This chart shows combined pass rates for each secondary school in English language arts. Note that pass rates include a combined reading and writing score. Pass rates for each school are the following. Forest Middle is 84%, Liberty Middle is 60%, Stanton River Middle 66%, Jefferson Forest High School 93%, Liberty High School 83%, and Stanton River High School 80%. Clearly, our middle schools are trending in the wrong direction. We will be looking at this data more closely over the summer, and we will be working on steps we can take to improve these scores. High schools, however, continue to show very strong scores, and Stanton River High School especially showed great improvement, so I do commend the English departments and administrators from all high schools for their efforts. This chart shows the combined pass rates for each secondary school in math. Note that middle school scores represent scores for Math 6, 7, and 8, Algebra 1, and Geometry test. All students tested, so we believe it does represent an accurate picture or a more accurate picture of where students are in math. High school final scores include a combination of Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 scores. However, as I shared in previous slides, they are not necessarily an accurate representation because students are only required to test in math their freshman year, and assuming they pass, that would be the last test they take in high school for math. The state benchmark is 70%. So if you look at middle schools, only Forest Middle met this benchmark at the middle school level. But our high schools, all of our high schools did. So we do congratulate our high schools on meeting state benchmark. This chart shows combined pass rates for each secondary school in science. Note that middle school scores include Science 8 and Earth Science. High school final scores include a combination of biology, earth science, and chemistry scores. Again, students are only required to test in biology, and again, very, very few tests in earth science and chemistry. As I shared, the state benchmark for science is 70%. Only Forest Middle and Jefferson Forest High School met this benchmark for our secondary schools. And this chart shows combined pass rates for each middle school and each middle school in social studies. Again, note that middle school scores include civics and economics and world history 1. All students in grades 7 and 8 tested. High school final scores include a combination of world history 2 and Virginia U.S. history scores, but the number of students testing was so low I did not include them in this report. As you can see, Forest and Stanton River Middle met the state benchmark, and each school showed improvement from last year. So overall, the data shows that Bedford County students face similar struggles to divisions around the state and around the region. In many areas we have excelled, and in some areas we have significant concerns. While there is room for improvement at every level, we are especially proud of our elementary and high school students, teachers, and administrators. Students continue to progress and even outperform surrounding divisions. Our middle schools are simply not performing where they should be, though. As you saw from CIP data, middle school students are struggling everywhere, and I suspect overall state numbers will show the same. Even so, their progress is unacceptable, and we will be working on plans to guide them as they take their needed steps to improve. As for next steps for the instruction team, we will be reflecting on how to better support our students during the 23-24 school year. Just like we expect our school leadership teams to do, we will be looking at data and conducting root cause analysis for factors that impact scores, and we'll be developing action steps. CIP does offer training for administrators on how to effectively use data to improve student outcomes. We believe these trainings will be valuable for administrators as they gain new strategies for moving schools forward and will provide opportunities for networking with colleagues from other divisions. Each summer, we have an administrative leadership conference, as Dr. Bergen said, for all of our Bedford County principals. This year, we will continue to focus on improvement, and we will include topics such as high leverage and evidence-based practices to support our student subgroup achievement. Our secondary SAVAS training, which is the curriculum we adopted last year for secondary English, will be implemented, and we will reflect on how to continue to improve the delivery of curriculum as we enter the second year of implementation. Our elementary reading curriculum training will now be given to our principals as they support teachers in and hold them accountable for implementing this new reading curriculum. Last week, all of our K through 5 elementary reading teachers were trained on how to use the new elementary reading curriculum, Benchmark Advance. This is a significant step in improving the foundational literacy skills of students in Bedford County. The curriculum also aligns with the expectations of the Virginia Literacy Act, which requires all teachers to implement curriculum aligned with the science of reading. Division staff is working on a middle school writing plan. Dr. Eisenhower has gotten input from middle school English departments on what they need to be supported as they improve middle school writing scores. The plan will include professional development, common instructional strategies, and development of better processes for collecting data to identify students who are struggling early. There will also be continued collaboration between the special education and instructional teams. During the upcoming school year, we will focus again on implementing high leverage practices designed to support all students and focus on training our principals and our staff so we can better serve our students. Both teams will be meeting regularly to analyze data and to develop strategies that will help us respond effectively. In science, the science sequencing for middle school has been adjusted through our program of studies to allow students more time to master grade 8 standards and to better prepare them for high school science. The new standards require a more in-depth analysis of scientific concepts rather than rote memorization. And our current pacing just doesn't allow middle school teachers the time to adequately prepare students for newly formatted tests. We believe the new sequencing will allow this. In biology, teachers have already started collaborating on writing cluster items that are more aligned to state standards and assessments. We've seen that students just need more practice developing skills they need to answer these types of questions. And then in social studies, we've also adjusted the social studies sequence of study where all students will take world geography in 8th grade for the upcoming school year. This course provides foundational skills students need to be successful in later social studies courses. Again, we think this will better prepare students for success in upper level social studies courses. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer questions from the board.
Thank you so much for that report, Dr. Trosper. It was very enlightening. I do have a couple of questions. Regarding our subgroup data that you said you'd provide a detailed report later, just what is your feeling thus far with regard to that, the performance of those groups?
Yeah, and I spent a great deal of time just working on this for overall, so I have looked at it. We've got plans to look with my team in collaboration with the special ed team to really dive deeper. It's not where we want to be, but when you look at compared to other divisions, in some areas we're doing okay, some areas we're a little behind. It's kind of a mixed bag. I guess for me overall, there's obviously improvement. There's improvement needed. But what we also saw is when you compare scores this year to last year, we did start to see some growth. And so if I were to summarize subgroup data similar to this, some areas we did okay, some areas there's some very clear needs to change, but we're starting to see growth, even if it's incremental in some places.
How do you think the subgroup performance overall is going to impact accreditation?
So the way accreditation works is we have the overall pass rates, and then we have our subgroup accreditation. And so what we saw this year was that we had a few where overall scores led to school improvement, and then we had a few where in our subgroups there was some school improvement factors. I suspect it will be the same. There will be some schools that didn't make it with subgroups. As you saw, there will be some that didn't make it in overall. So again, I would say similar trends.
Given our schools, what's your best estimation in terms of will we have any schools that are the term changes so much, accredited with conditions, is it still that? Do we anticipate we'll have schools accredited with conditions at this point?
We had schools that were what we would call schools in improvement, who had specific action steps they needed to take as part of the school improvement process. It's the Office of School Quality for the DOE. There's different levels of monitoring and support. So some were fairly intense. Some were where there was required academic reviews. Then there were some where we did internal monitoring processes. And so that number was fairly large this year in terms of there's room to improve for everybody, but it wasn't necessarily intensive supports. Quite honestly, I have not gone back and looked at what I think it's going to be for accreditation. So I can't really answer that honestly. There will certainly be some that have some work to do for the improvement, and some that were in last year that grew, and so we're very proud of them. So it's just a little too early to tell.
Is the science going to stand alone this year, do you believe, or are they, because it is a new test and probably it's a bloodbath across the state, as it was in math the last time, do you think they're going to do a combined 3-year average at all, or is it just going to be a standalone?
3-year average is typically considered in that. That is not going to be as helpful as in years past because, as you saw, last year's scores were so low. So we have not heard anything different from the DOE to suggest what they're going to do. We typically find out, I would say, August, maybe September.
Okay. And Dr. Bergen, I have a question for you. So much of what we do these days is based on the ability to analyze data, as Dr. Trosper has pointed out, to determine the root factors of issues that may be negatively impacting student performance. So this is just a yes or no question, do all of our principals, are they able to both analyze the data and really determine what needs to be done in their schools without relying on central office to provide them with that information? Do they have those skills to do that, all of our principals? And I'm not asking names or anything.
No, our expectation is that all principals are deeply aware of the successes and challenges in their own school, and where they need support, we provide it. I mentioned earlier, we repeated a couple of times, we'll all be together next week, and we'll be reviewing this data together, as our team did last summer and as they will do again this summer. We'll model data analysis tools that for those that are newer in their careers and not as accomplished in data analysis as others. Some of our principals could teach the class, Dr. Mealy, as I'm sure you could too.
So are you telling me that the answer to that question is yes?
Yes,
it's not
they
an
all
expectation
have,
that they actually have those skills and they can do this?
Yes, it is the expectation. Yes, they have the tools, and yes, they are supported if they need the support in learning to meet that expectation.
Okay, so we're still helping some principals learn how to do this then?
I'd say we're supporting all of our principals.
I'm going to take that as a no. All of our principals can't do that. So I'm hoping that we're going to continue to provide intense professional development so that they can do that. It's such an important skill to have. And although I absolutely applaud central office for all the data analysis they do, I think all of you will say the same thing. And if you're into your own data, it provides you with a lot more information. And if you don't understand how to do that, that's a detriment, really. We need to make sure that that is corrected. I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. Mr. Daniels?
Yep. In the CIP group, how many schools are there, school divisions? 53, I think, maybe?
It's 53 school divisions, yes, sir.
Okay. Do they have any just, like, overall rankings? Like, are we number one in any category?
No, I'm not sure if they do or not. We just recently joined, so one of the things I'm looking forward to is some of the summer trainings, and they've set up a number of those across the state, and most of our principals have signed up for those. As we move into the next school year, there's also going to be monthly meetings where we talk about some of the data, so that might be available. I don't know. It's early enough. I just haven't seen all they have to offer yet.
It would be nice to see where we are and to see if we can improve. You know, it's great that some of those scores are beating, I guess, the average there, but it would be great to see where we rank top 5, top 10, so I think that's important. And it's good that you're, always thinking about developing plans, like how do we get better, but I think it's important that we one of the things we talk about at work is begin with the end in mind. And I think it's important to say, what is actually our goal? We could say we want 100% pass rate. Okay, well, what would that take? What would a 90% pass rate? In each category, I mean, you can evaluate where you are. We want to be 10% better, 15%. I think it's important when we're developing those plans, we say, this is our goal and this is how we're going to get there. I think it's important not just for us, but everybody else listening. So it's just kind of a statement. You could comment on it if you want, but it's just a general statement.
Well, I think it's a good point, and certainly from the instruction team, our goal is for every school to be fully accredited, and that's our focus of our work as we plan for next year, and it will be until that happens. It wasn't that long ago when we were all accredited, so it certainly is possible in Bedford County. So that is our goal. But you know, every school has their own individual set of goals with their improvement plan. So I would say to a school that, you know, has pass rates in the 90, let's look at your pass advance. You know, so your pass rate was good, but how's your pass advance? And so there's always room to grow. And then, but you're right. Look backwards after you start that goal, and then we figure out how to support them in their individual school goals.
Any further questions? Ms. Shield?
So in looking at this, first of all, thank you for presenting the preliminary data. When should we expect the final data?
It's going to be either August or September. Typically, we'll find out from the DOE in August, but there's just so much change going on right now, and I do wonder if some of the science scores, if they're going to have to go back and rethink some things. So I don't want to make any promises, but August, September, I think would be safe to say.
So my assumption is what we're basing 23-24 year on are these results. Is that correct? Okay. And so first question would be, is the 2017-18 and 18-19 data available? Should be. Okay. Because what I want to see with these results is pre-COVID, post-COVID. How did we do with results? And I appreciate the effort of trying to show us year-over-year data, but I think more data is better. And so I want to see what is that 2017-18, 18-19, 19-20, where there is no data. That's okay, leave it blank. But then the next 2 years, how are we progressing? Are we getting worse? Are we getting better? And then I want to be able to look at this, and again, as you're going through it, you're giving me numbers, Dr. Trosper, but when I'm looking at this presentation at midnight tomorrow night or next day, I don't know what's passing, what's not. And so in most business presentations, and maybe I'm wrong, I always have like a N equals or a target number. And so what I'd like is, what's the number we're shooting for? And if it's state, let's identify it as state. And Dr. Woodford, I've mentioned to you several times, I want to get to a place where it's Bedford. And so what are we shooting for from a Bedford standard? And then I noticed you did this in some of the slides. You highlighted in green. And I'm assuming that's passing. That's a good. We're good on that. And then red is bad.
Fell short of the state benchmark,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So I'm not sure why it's not in all of these slides, because if I'm looking at BCPS versus CIP, am I green, am I red? What, you know, even though I may have been better than CIP in the number, was it still a passing rate? And when I look at this, I have no clue. So when we're looking at these, because we're not going to have the final numbers until August or September, I'd like to have that information based on these slides, so I can go back and say, do I have a slide of green or do I have a bunch of red that I then need to ask more questions about? Because, you know, again, we went through it, that's great, but I want to know where we are, where do we stand? You know, one of the things that stands out to me, and I know you're just presenting data tonight, Dr. Bergen, but I'm looking for action plans too. When I see Montvale at I think it's 49, I don't want to quote 46, to me that's alarming. And so we shouldn't have to ask, what's the plan for Montvale? You know, you guys should be coming to us to say, this number's standing out, here's what we're doing. And the expectation is we're doing something different than what we did last year and the year before and the year before. So I just, you know, I want to make sure we're on to that and making sure that we've got a plan, not only for overall, but these underperforming schools, we've got to have a major plan. and I'm sure you already have it, I just want you to share it with us. And if this is not the night I should be expecting that, tell me.
This is not the night you should be expecting that. We just got these results a week ago.
Okay.
So
when should we be expecting the action plans?
we are meeting with our principals next week. The action plan, you used the school name. I won't repeat that. Every school has their own continuous school improvement plan. That's relative to their data and their action steps and where they need to show improvement. Where they're not meeting minimum expectations, which is state accreditation, we expect all schools to meet state accreditation. Where they are currently meeting state accreditation, I think Dr. Trosper gave a great example. If you're at a 90% pass rate, who are the 10% that did not pass? That's in your subgroup data. And what is your advanced pass rate? And that's what would be in your comprehensive school improvement plan. Maybe what we should do is we should start having, if you'd like, we can have schools review their comprehensive school improvement plans, which we support them in developing. If you have a question about a particular school, we can present.
I think I remember part of the discussion around us meeting in these different schools was to do exactly that. So I would
Okay.
love that idea.
Okay.
To say, here's what's going on at our school.
It's great. Sure.
And when we're in the Liberty Zone, I would love to invite the middle school, the elementary schools to come and do those presentations.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea. And it
Great.
helps us understand because we can't get around to every single school, but I think it's important for them to be able to present to us what's being done. And truly, it's accountability for them to be able to say, here's what we're doing, here's what's working, here's what's not. And then also for them to be able to utilize that time to tell us, here's what we need from you, school board.
Or from me.
So,
Yeah.
what's that?
Or from the administration if we're not already providing those supports.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm saying, you mentioned them speaking and giving us a
Yeah.
presentation. I think that's an opportunity for them to do that. Again, I'm just giving feedback because I want to be able to read this data and understand it and know
Sure.
where are we doing great, where are we not. The other thing that I would highly encourage if we're not doing this, I saw a lot of green in forest. I hope we're sharing best practices. And cultivating that of what are we doing over there that we can share across the board. So the other thing that I had a question on was the BCPS Admin Leadership Conference. I saw where you mentioned that, Dr. Trosper. I think the board would just like an agenda of what's going to be discussed, or what's the agenda. And don't just say training. I want to know, what is the training? What's the topic of it? What's the title? Who's doing the training? I think that's important to kind of know, because as we get feedback and discussions, what are you doing? We can answer. It's an elevator speech for us of,
Sure.
we have confidence in our team, here's what they're doing. And I think it's important for us to have those talking points.
I appreciate that comment. Last year, we did, after the fact. So I remember it was remarkable training for our principals in data analysis, one of the questions from Dr. Mealy. And I sent that to you all so you could review exactly the training that the principals had received if you want to go deeper into that. And we'd be happy to meet with you offline to take you through the training yourselves if you'd like. But yeah, we'll certainly create, we have the agenda, of course, so we'll share that with you. And then for those of you that would like more information, we'll provide the information for all of you and then go from there.
I want to encourage the staff, because I've had sidebar conversations of, thinking outside of the box and doing different. I want to make sure you have the full confidence of the board that you can go do that. We want every one of these zones to be successful. And maybe what works in one doesn't work in the other. I do think it's important to share best practices, but I want you to have that leverage to go figure out what makes those zones successful. Please make sure you're telling us what you need. We're going to challenge you. You might as well challenge us. And that's what we're asking for. So, overall, the numbers are what they are. Again, I can't tell you what's good, what's bad. I want to be able to analyze that so I can have different conversations. But I do appreciate throwing this together so soon. I know it's preliminary numbers. I hope they'll change and get better. But I do want to be able to read and understand, what's my number? What am I shooting for? So.
Yes. And you had asked about raw data versus the slides that have the green. The raw data is just that. They are how many kids took a test and how many of them met the proficiency to say that they had passed that test.
Right, but what's a good number? I mean, is the expectation, we can't expect 100%. So if it's
Right.
75%, then that 75% or higher should be green for me to understand, okay, we're heading in the right direction.
Yes, and then in the latter part of the slides where there is green, those are raw scores plus students that showed growth as calculated by the Virginia Department of Education. So they grew. Some kids are way behind the start line and catch up or almost catch up, right? So those are the good numbers. And so what you're going to see, Dr. Mealy asked, what can we anticipate? Unless something changes statistically and significantly, 2 of our middle schools are not going to be accredited. The scores are concerning in math and in language arts. Those are the schools that we're going to continue to need to support and work with those schools to understand their challenges and make sure they have the resources and the support that they need. The elementary school scores across the board look very strong, and high school scores look very strong. As I preface, science is a concern. There's some individual subject areas that we're still analyzing, but overall, board members, I'm very pleased to see where we are given where we've been coming from. So there's room for improvement. We have lots of work to do with our principals and our teachers, and we look forward to doing it starting next week.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Strasburg. Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Okay, moving on to item 4.01, policy updates. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, Madam Chair. So this item is coming to you from the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee from their last meeting on May 23rd. The committee reviewed a number of policies and are sharing 7 for the board's consideration for information tonight. They include policy CBG, evaluation of the superintendent. These updates are required for change in state code so that superintendents across the state are now required to be evaluated in cultural competency, as are all teachers. So there's new language as to defining what the cultural competency standards are for the superintendent's evaluation. Also for information is policy DGC, school activity funds. The updates include the addition of cafeteria sales as a potential source as school activity funds when those funds are derived from extracurricular activities. DGA purchasing authority has been edited simply to simplify the wording without changing the content, and there are updates to cross-references. Policy GCN, evaluation of professional staff. Changes include the specification of areas included in teacher and principal evaluations. IJD, college and career readiness. There are only updates to legal references. JHCD, administering medicine to students. The policy has been updated to include language to guide the parental provision of over-the-counter medications. And JHCDA, providing and administering non-aspirin pain relievers and oral antihistamines in school clinics, is being recommended for deletion given the over-the-counter medication language that has been incorporated into JHCD. As always, the details are online for the board and for the viewing public through the link on this particular agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Okay, moving on to item 4.02. It has come time to start thinking about our next year's meeting locations. And we sometimes schedule these, there's a conflict between potential productions or things that are going on in the auditoriums, and it kind of creates trouble for us to schedule there. Ms. Johnson and I talked, and we wondered if it would be a possibility maybe to bring in our board meeting room at the administration office again and throw that into the mix. Still continue to travel, but if it's going to be a conflict, to be able to use that room. Or y'all, huh?
I don't have an issue with that.
Don't have an issue?
No.
I prefer to have the larger venue, and if there is a scheduling conflict, then we can entertain using the school board office.
Okay. But you are okay if it is a last resort?
If it's a last resort, yes.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Ward?
Say the same.
Okay, Dr. Mealy? You don't have a problem with that? Okay. So is it okay if I go ahead and tell Ms. Johnson to go ahead and figure out what we're going to do next go-round? Are we
Yes.
okay doing that by consent? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, item 5, we've already gone to dinner, so we got to skip back down here. We're moving down to item 10, correct? Action items? Okay, moving on to item 10.01, approval of title grants. Any information needed? Okay, do I have a motion regarding the title grants?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 10.02, gifted annual plan. Do I have a motion regarding approval of the gifted annual plan? I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Superintendent's designees for 2023 through 2024. Do I have a motion to approve as designees? So I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding the category budget transfer?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill that we approve, or he's moving to approve the budget transfer. Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, do I have a motion regarding the policy updates presented at the April 6, 2023 meeting?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve all of the policy updates together, and I would like to take INB separately.
So we have a motion to separate policy I and B from the total and look at that, examine that one separately. I have a motion by Mr. Daniels. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So do I have a motion regarding the policies as presented at the April 6, 2023, with the exception of policy I and B?
So moved.
I heard two at the same time. Who wants credit?
Doesn't matter, go ahead.
I have a motion by Mr. Daniels, a second by Dr. Mealy. How about if we call it like that? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The other policies were approved. Do I have a motion regarding policy number I and B?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve INB with one change. The word in the second to last paragraph, engage, shall be changed to initiate.
Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Daniels to accept policy I and B as amended. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Just because I think there are so many people who have different understandings of this, I want to try to go over something. Even when we spoke to the attorney, I'm not sure I fully understand all of this. So if all of you could help me. You know, it's been said that this policy is very broad and very vague. And I think that because of that, and because of speakers we've had for the last 2 months, it's important that teachers and staff understand what it means. it really shouldn't be up for interpretation. It should be, this is what we mean by this, so that it doesn't get enforced in an unequal and unfair manner due to an individual interpreting the policy in their own manner, such as the word reasonable that's in there or controversial that's in there. So do I understand this correctly, that if we pass this, that all staff, all people in our division are prohibited from initiating discussion about their sexual orientation, whether they're heterosexual, cisgender, LGBTQ, anything? Is that correct?
Is that correct? Was that the intent? Okay.
So all people are not to talk about,
They're not to initiate.
initiate discussion about whether they're straight, gay, their husbands, their wives, anything like that. Is that, am I correct?
Right, to initiate, because we're going by the amended.
All right, and teachers, am I understanding correctly, teachers are able to use content curricular resources that address all sexual genders and orientations because it's part of the curriculum. Is that correct? Like if I have a child who has two moms and I'm, I don't know, second grade teacher, I read books about traditional families, am I also able to read books about families that are non-traditional families?
Currently part of an approved curriculum.
If it has anything to do with the approved curriculum, we can do LGBTQ, cisgender, heterosexual. Is that correct?
I think we have in there based on curriculum.
Right. And is there, do we have any definition of reasonable? Because that's what,
What's your definition of reasonable?
well, my definition is pretty much anything that I would think actually applies to that, but that may not be your definition, so that's why I'm asking. I'm not really trying to be difficult at all. I'm trying to really understand what that means.
Dude, but the point is, if it's an approved curriculum, current approved curriculum, then that's what it states.
Okay, so teachers, if teachers determine it to be reasonable, their definition of reasonable, they may use those resources.
They have questions about what they're supposed to do, I would advise them to seek attention or help from their supervisor, administrator, as they do today.
So that would be them at the whim of that administrator, whether it's reasonable or not.
Well, you're always talking about that the responsibility of a school is at the principal level, so why are we going to change that?
Well, because the policy is saying we have to be reasonable, and I'm not understanding what reasonable means.
Well, then you would go to your principal and ask what reasonable is.
As a principal, you know.
Before it gets out of hand, you guys have been doing great keeping it civil. Let's keep it that way.
Is there any concern from this board that one principal may deem the same book reasonable and another one deem it unreasonable?
Chance of anything.
So do we have any way that we want to ensure that this policy is administered fairly and, you know, with equally across our division?
I would say that it is fair, and I mean, I'm perfectly fine with the way it's written. So
Okay. I think that just does leave us open. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to that, that we don't have, if we don't have clear expectations about reasonableness or controversial even, then that leaves it open to interpretation by each individual, which then becomes more difficult.
Any policy is open to interpretation, or you can question every little thing, and we can be here till midnight, you know, on every policy. But it's written, it's defined.
We didn't define reasonable or controversial.
No, reasonable is reasonable. And if
Okay.
you have a question about reasonable, then you go to your supervisor and ask what reasonable is.
So it's going to be based on opinion,
I'm
basically.
you know,
And
I'm
that's
really
okay.
scared if we have somebody that doesn't know the definition of reasonable.
Well, I think that would absolutely happen, but that's just my opinion.
They might
okay?
be unreasonable.
I also want to just read something that I got. I don't know if it went to everybody, but I do want to read an email. I'm not going to disclose the name of the person, but this is an alumni from Jefferson Forest High School, class of 2012. And he says, as an alumni, I feel my story is pertinent to this conversation, as not only because I came out in 10th grade, but I also started JF's GSA. I was the only able to do this and advocate for my right to be treated equally because of the support I was given from teachers and that I trusted to come out to. I came out to these adults before my family because I had no clue how my family would react. The worst case scenario, I could have been kicked out, disowned, or physically abused. Thankfully, none of this happened. However, I wasn't quite supported by my fellow students and in some cases faculty. Given this background, and with the very real implication that teachers cannot step in and help when a student is being bullied, specifically because of being part of the LGBTQ plus community. Under this policy, how would a student engage in a conversation and seek help from this type of bullying? Numerous studies have shown that even having one accepting adult can impact LGBTQ plus youth favorably. I sincerely hope you examine these and other possibilities when determining which policies to adopt and how they will impact those you are trying to protect. Especially other faculty and top administrative persons were actively trying to support me while others suppressed my voice, and being able to attempt to educate and help people understand LGBTQ students that are deserving of respect is important. And I just want to read that because, you know, we do have a very high rate of suicide with our LGBTQ students. And I think this young man and others that have written to me, and my own opinion is that these people should be seen as valued regardless of about what, you know, how they think of themselves, what pronoun they use. Madam Chairman, I do want to also know if there would be any consideration, if the board would have any consideration for coming to consensus regarding reviewing this policy yet again, but not only with the committee, but with a group of parents, students, both heterosexual, LGBTQ, everyone, teachers, administrators, and look at this policy once again to see if we can make it less broad, less vague, and make it something that all of us can live with.
Before we did that, I believe we would have to ask the committee if that's something that they would be willing to entertain.
Madam Chair, we have a motion on the floor
Okay.
that we should vote on. And, you know, I know Dr. Mealy doesn't have a problem removing parental rights. She showed us that with mask. But we are telling parents that we are putting this back on them to take care of at home, not for our teachers, our administrators, or anybody in this school system to handle any type of gender identity or sexual orientation in a classroom. And so yet again, she wants to remove the parental rights, and we are not going to do that. It's time to vote. We have a motion.
Yeah, and I'm not finished with my comments. So also, I'm not trying to remove parent rights at all, but what my concern is if you want to, as a parent, take anything with regard to your child and say, I don't want my child involved in that, I have no problem with that at all. I never have. But I think it's not appropriate when some members of this community believe that it's incumbent upon them to force their beliefs, religious values, opinions upon all students. So you have the right to direct anything you want with your child, just not everyone else's child. And I think if you don't want your child to identify with a pronoun or read certain books or be included in certain activities, we can manage that, and we can provide alternative lessons, but leave others to live their lives in their own way, and others to determine who they want to love and how they want to do that. I just believe that to the LGBT community, I want you to know that I do value you. I believe you have much to offer our community, and that you have the right to live as you wish, love as you wish, and grow as you wish. And I hope that this policy still allows us to do that in Bedford County Public Schools. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any other comments? I would like to take a moment to thank the committee for agreeing to the word initiate the conversation. I did not vote for this prior because I do know that there are a lot of homes in this county in which the teacher is the only one that a student feels safe going to talk to. I did not want that line of communication cut off completely. Whether or not they go to their teacher and that teacher further decides whether they need to go to the counselor, to the principal, to DSS, whatever it may be, I did not want that teacher to have to say, no, I'm sorry, I can't listen to the fact that you're being abused at home. But on the same token, I believe a teacher should maintain the professionalism and keep their personal life at home as much as possible. So I do appreciate the changing of the word to initiate, and that makes a world of difference to me. With that being said, are there any further comments? I will call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Johnson, will you please poll the board?
Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Holbrook?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
No.
Mr. Nelms?
Yes.
The ayes have it with 5, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The motion passes. Policy is approved as amended. Okay, moving on to item 11, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, Madam Chair. Before I begin my usual celebration of the accomplishments of students and staff, I have some thoughts that I'd like to share tonight on the revisions to policy upon which the board just took action, specifically policy I and B. First of all, for clarity, per the Code of Virginia, it is the responsibility of school boards to adopt policies that govern the school division, which you just have. I am and has always been very respectful of this board's role and responsibility in regards to policy adoption and revision, which is why I urge this board to create a policy review process at the committee level. My role as superintendent is to work with our central support team and our school-based administrators in implementing the policies of this board. So that stated, I'd like to address some of the concerns that have been shared tonight and at the past several board meetings about the revisions to this policy, just in regards to its implementation. First, I want to stress that the title of this policy is Teaching About Controversial Issues. The additional language in this policy that teachers shall not initiate discussions with students about sexual orientation or gender identity pertains to classroom instruction. When providing instruction, as long as the discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity relates to the standards of the course, while using approved curriculum materials, teachers do not need to be concerned that they're in violation of school board policy. This caution about using approved curriculum materials already exists in multiple school board policies, including Policy IA, Instructional Goals and Objectives, Policy IAA, Notification of Learning Objectives, which through the board's actions tonight has now been renamed Transparency in Education, Policy IF, Curriculum Development and Adoption, Policy IIA, Instructional Materials, and Policy IIAB, Supplemental Materials Selection and Adoption. In response to the concern that teachers will not be able to respond to students who are expressing their concerns that relate to a physical, romantic, or an emotional problem that the student might be facing, this policy does not restrict students from initiating conversation with a staff member. If a student is upset and initiates a conversation with a trusted teacher or a counselor, the revisions to this policy do not eliminate nor lessen the responsibility of our teachers and our support staff members, as articulated in our strategic plan, to provide for a safe and supportive learning environment, both physically and emotionally, including the importance of creating a school culture of acceptance so that schools promote a sense of belonging and foster student social and emotional development. Consequently, if a student is upset and initiates a conversation with their teacher, the teacher should listen with empathy, They should take action as appropriate, particularly when the concern relates to bullying or harassment, and they should encourage that student to speak with their parents. In response to the concern that the changes in this policy are going to create an environment of discrimination, I want to be very clear. We do not tolerate discrimination against any student or staff member with regard to any of their personal characteristics. School is and must always remain a safe place for everyone. This is affirmed in school board policy in multiple policies, including Policy AC, non-discrimination, Policy GB, equal employment opportunity and non-discrimination, Policy JB, equal educational opportunities and non-discrimination, and Policy JFHA, prohibition against harassment and retaliation. If at any time any student or employee believes they or anyone else is a victim of discrimination, bullying, harassment, or retaliation, that individual should immediately report their concern so that the school administration can promptly investigate and take appropriate action. Lastly, there were a number of changes to Policy INB adopted by the school board tonight, of which we've not had much discussion, including a new section that I would like to quote verbatim. It is, "The school board expects administrators, teachers, employees, and students to respect the dignity of others, acknowledge the right of others to express differing opinions, as well as foster and defend intellectual honesty, freedom of inquiry and instruction, and freedom of speech and association." Along those lines, I would like to thank all of the community and staff members who have taken the time to attend a school board meeting and share their perspective. That stated, I'm also troubled, as it was brought to my attention yesterday, that there's a social media post circulating that both shows and names some of the individuals who have addressed the board, and in that video uses snippets of their public comments followed by a graphic, "Protect the kids," implying that our students need to be protected from these individuals. These are our employees. I know these individuals. They are dedicated professionals who, along with hundreds of our teachers and support staff, work tirelessly every day to educate the children of this community. And I'm troubled by this rhetoric that our students are at danger in school. Let me repeat what I stated earlier. My first and most important obligation is to ensure that our schools are a safe place for everyone, and that includes both students and staff. So I would humbly ask that we all remain respectful of each other, including those with whom we have differing opinions, and continue to find ways that we can work together for the benefit of our students. On that note, I'd like to celebrate some of the accomplishments of our students. And there are some amazing things to celebrate, beginning with sports. As we wrap up the spring season, our talented student athletes have had the opportunity to showcase their talents on the field, the court, and the track. Beginning with Liberty High School, the girls' track team were crowned regional champions, with Shania Brown in the shot put and Natalie Powers in the 800 meters. Both went on to compete at state level, winning all state titles, and Shania also finished in third place in state competition for the shot put. Stanton River High School girls tennis team finished their season as Region 3D runner-up and are advancing on to states. And at Jefferson Forest High School, the boys track team were region champs, with Mobu Niakor winning first place in both high jump and long jump, while teammate Jaron Lee was the runner-up in the high jump. Mobu was also the state runner-up in the triple jump. And just this week, we learned that the Jefferson Forest High School boys soccer team brought home the regional championship title and are now advancing to the state semifinals, with standout Chris Wiley being named District Player of the Year. Lastly, just as a matter of personal privilege, JF alum Isaac Simmons, son of our own Central Support Team duo of Scott and Melanie, has qualified to play in this year's U.S. Open. Congratulations to all of our student athletes and their coaches. In other extracurricular activities, we're proud to share that both Liberty Middle and Forest Middle had top finishers at the Regional Science Fair held last month. After 2 rounds of competition against students from surrounding counties in the categories of biology, chemistry, and physics, Liberty Middle School student Kayla Adams and Forest Middle School student Margaret Page qualified to advance to the nation's premier STEM research competition for middle school students. Invitations were extended to only the top 10% of students from across the nation, so we are certainly exploding with joy for Kayla and Margaret. Congratulations also to members of the Cavalier Theater for their recent wins at the State Film Festival. Bridget Spannenberg and Blake McGregor took first place in the commercial category, while Sarah Lynn Laux and Carter Rice were state runner-ups in the experimental category. Over the past month, our 6th and 7th grade students from all 3 middle schools have been expanding their minds and learning more about government, civics, and history. I had the opportunity to tag along with the 7th graders as they learned about civics and government from a number of our own Bedford County officials, including County Manager Robert Hiss and Sheriff Mike Miller. Most recently, all of our 6th grade students had guided tours of the National D-Day Memorial as well as the Bedford Boys Tribute Center. I had the pleasure of joining the Forest Middle School students on their field trip as the students were learning more about our nation's history and about its impact here in our own hometown. Many thanks to Crystal DeLong on our instructional support team for organizing, as well as to our partners at the D-Day Memorial and the Tribute Center for hosting. And speaking of D-Day Memorial, the annual commemoration ceremony was held just this past Tuesday, June 6, to mark the 79th anniversary of D-Day. It was my honor to attend and represent the school division at this important event. Governor Youngkin was a featured speaker and offered a sincere and heartfelt tribute to the sacrifices of the Bedford boys and all those whose lives were lost on that fateful day. It was also another opportunity for our own JROTC cadets to shine. I'd like to remind parents that the National D-Day Memorial holds a summer camp every year for rising 4th through 6th graders. This year's dates are June 26 to 30. Campers will have the opportunity to travel back in time to June 1944 and explore the most important events of that month. If you're interested in more information and to sign up your child, you can register your student at www.dday.org. On a related topic of honoring our veterans, each year, with the help of community volunteers, the Montville Elementary School staff and students, who are known as the Montville Patriots, welcome hundreds of veterans who are participating in the annual Run for the Wall motorcycle journey as bikers make their way from points all across the country to Washington, D.C. With loud cheers and open arms, the bikers are welcomed into the school for lunch and a beautiful performance by all of the students with patriotic songs and other tributes for our veterans. Many thanks to our community partners, most especially Mission Barbecue for feeding the crowd, and to Mr. Spalding and his staff for organizing this opportunity for our students. Over Memorial Day weekend, we had the pleasure of hosting Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears during her visit to Bedford County. The Lieutenant Governor spent about 90 minutes interacting with students from all 6 of our secondary schools as they gathered together at Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center for an informal town hall. After meeting with the students, the Lieutenant Governor took a tour of the building, led by Mr. Bob Carson, to learn more about the history of the building and its namesake, Mrs. Gibson. Also, on that same Memorial Day weekend, of course, we had the pleasure of holding our 3 high school graduations and watched with pride as our seniors from Jefferson Forest, Liberty, and Stanton River marched across the stage to receive their diplomas. As I did last year, I had the pleasure to speak with each of the graduating classes during their practice session at their schools, and I spoke to them about living up to our school division's vision statement, BCPS, building citizens and promoting success. And I asked our graduates, what will you now build? And how will you work to promote the success of yourself and others to make this world a better place? Thank you to all of our board members who were able to attend these important celebrations. I know that you all can join me in congratulating our seniors and wishing them well as they prepare for the next chapter of their lives. Since we were last together, I had the honor of visiting the final two Bedford's Best of recipients of the year. Many thanks to Margie Maddox of Manita Elementary, who was nominated for being such a caring and compassionate individual who really deeply cares about kids. And many thanks to Kelly Mastretta of New London Academy, who was nominated for creating such a caring, understanding, and inclusive classroom. With the help from the Bedford Area Education Foundation, these two staff members were given their Bedford's Best coffee mug, filled with goodies, including a gift card for all of their hard work. And finally, here are the three things you need to know. First, summer school will begin next month for students of all grade levels who may need an extra academic push. Parents of students who have been invited to participate should already be in receipt of that information. But if you have questions, please reach out to your school principal. Second, the Bedford County Public Libraries are again sponsoring a summer reading program. The program is open to all students and includes many incentives. So parents, if you've not already done so, please look for the registration link online through the library's website. And lastly, the Bedford County Parks and Recreation Department has opened up their fall sports signups on their website. So if your child is interested in playing soccer, baseball, softball, football, cheer, please visit the Parks and Rec website and register your child to participate. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Okay, moving on to item 12.01, committee reports. We'll start with Dr. Mealy this time.
Kirby?
Holbrook?
We haven't had a meeting.
Okay. Mr. Hill, committee reports. Mr. Nelms? Mr. Daniels, well, that was quick.
Moving right along.
Moving on to, I know this has surprised me. Mr. Daniels, moving on to 12.02 comments, since we'll start with you.
Right. So yeah, this week was D-Day, and we know that that hits very close to home, being that we are Bedford County. I can only imagine what people in 1944 on this week were thinking about and what was going through the minds of the folks here in Bedford County at that time. The collective sacrifice of our troops allows us to do what we do. We owe much to the people who came before us, and we owe just as much to our kids. I spoke in the past about what we've done with my job, with teaming up with Wreaths Across America, who lays wreaths in cemeteries for our fallen heroes. Their motto is to remember, honor, and teach. Remember our fallen veterans, honor those who serve, and teach your children the value of freedom. I'm glad we're living up to that promise with our promotion of patriotism policy, and we need to remember that freedom isn't free. I want to thank everybody in the community that spoke, and I want to thank my fellow members of this board for our unanimous vote and then sending that excellent letter to the county. And we were able to work together, and we were able to stop the proposed drug rehab from being about a half-mile away from Otter River. I know we have many issues in this county with drugs and alcohol, and we know that there is a need. That location was not the best place for this. I hope our community will work hard to make sure that we can come up solutions to help the people of this county. We're responsible to take care of our community, and we do not need to import other problems here. This board worked together to make a difference, but it's also up to our community, the county, churches, and other local organizations to continue to make a difference and educate everyone on the dangers of abuse. Based on a lot of the subjects that we talk about and the things that are going on TV and in the news, we are definitely in some tough times. That does require a lot of resolve. It requires courage. Courage is the most important of all the virtues, but it's because it's upon courage that all the other virtues rest. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. With that said, I will continue to keep fighting for a better outcome for our students, a better future for our students, and a workplace where our teachers can do what they love to do, which is focus on actually teaching our students. Father's Day is this month. We know how important involved moms are, but dads play a vital role. To the dads out there that attend games, help with homework, and get the kids ready for the day, we see you and we're grateful to you. I talk a lot about parental rights and parental responsibility, And, we need that when it comes to behavior. It's like I said, it's difficult times. There's a lot going on. Parents, both fathers and mothers, need to step up. Are you talking to your kids? Are you being involved in their lives? Do you make time for them? Do you make time with them? We have plenty of issues that we deal with here at school, but it is our job to educate your children, not to raise them. I'm again asking for parents to step up. Having kids is one thing, but raising them is the hard part. Last year, I was unable to attend graduation. I was on a family vacation in which I was getting engaged. Family is very important to me and to many others, as you know. It was important and is important for me to spend as much quality time I can with them. That vacation was booked the previous year, and at that time, I did not know I would be sitting up here on this dais. But for some in the community, it was easy to throw stones. They made graduation about me not being there and not knowing all the facts. But the graduation is about our kids, and it's about them reaching this great achievement. I did say at that time, though, that I would attend this year's graduations, and I did. It was definitely a lot of fun, and as if some of our kids didn't have enough to do, we threw in an extra fire drill at the end there. But it was great to see the kids celebrate their achievements and reflect on that moment, even if it was brief, before they started focusing on their futures. So I'm glad that they took the time to reflect. Success is different for each person, but my sincere hope and prayer is for the infinite success for our students who graduated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Nelms?
First, I just want to wish everyone a happy and fun-filled summer. Last month, we were asked to read a Bible verse, so I'm going to give y'all one to read as well. Romans 12:2. Just take a gander at that one. And I'm just going to end with Dr. Bergen. You kind of took me off guard with that last statement you made. You mentioned the video was disrespectful and kind of, you felt disgusted by it. Well, I hate to tell you this, but there's another page that you probably don't view that bashes school board members on a daily basis. So for you to say that, that lets me know where you stand. So I just want to say that that video that had those clips in it, those same clips can also be viewed on YouTube. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Mr. Nelms, thank you. Mr. Holbrook?
No comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I want to start just by thanking all of our teachers, staff, everyone in the division for everything you did this year, the entire year, what you're going to do this summer to get ready, and what you will do as you begin next year. I lived that for 42 years, and there's very little rest in the summer. So I want you to rest first and relax and have some fun, and then come back and see us. But thank you sincerely for everything that you do to help make Bedford County a good place for all children. And Dr. Bergen, I do want to thank you for your words about the inappropriate video posted online. That video just endorses hate and lies. I want to thank our teachers and assure them that the video in question is being looked at as hate speech and found to be repulsive, and it's certainly not a role model for our students. So thank you for recognizing that, and thank you, Mr. Nelms, for pointing out that there's a page that bashes the school board members.
Just you go read it, because your
I was
name's on
unaware
there
of that
too.
And parents, I want you to know that we are here for you. It's not always possible for parents to step up to do everything they need to do to their families, because families aren't perfect, and some of them have really, really hard times that I'm just going to use myself, I can't imagine, because I haven't been in that situation before. I've been fairly fortunate all my life. I had loving parents. They lived paycheck to paycheck, but they were always there. So it's unfortunate that all families aren't perfect, but the reality is they're not. So step up as you're able, and know that we're here to pick up whatever you need to try to help you with your families. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. Mr. Hill?
Yeah, so I just want to say congratulations to all the seniors who did graduate. One that I wanted to make sure I mentioned Miss Kirby and I attended the Alt Ed Center graduation. And if you've never been to one of those, it's rewarding. But what I enjoyed the most, and I think the kids also enjoyed, was the speaker, and that was an officer from Bedford PD, Travis Thompson. And what Travis did is he brought those kids into reality, and he explained to them that he knows what it's like to be where they were sitting, because he had been sitting there at their age. But he also let them know, and this should be a message, is that you can be anything and do anything that you want to do, but it's based on your actions. And you have to take control and go do what you want to do with your life. He talked about obstacles that he faced as a young man, a single father, and the things that he had to do to succeed. He also talked about how putting God first was an eye-opener for him and the doors that it had opened for him. I don't know if that service was recorded, but if it was, I would encourage you guys, and anybody that knows Travis, did I say Travis's name? I hope I did.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows Travis knows that he is one of a kind, and he is making a difference. He's the Bedford PD Community Officer, I think is his title. But he just talked about the many blessings of where he started, the roadblocks, obstacles, and what he did to overcome those. And he gave a praise for where he was today. And so I thought that was excellent for our kids to hear, but it was also a testimony of where he started and where he is today. So, in addition to the graduations, I also wanted to mention a teacher sent me a comment around developing advanced pass. And their comment was, can't develop advanced pass increases if we don't teach the same thing year to year. And so I just wanted to make sure I pass that along. If we need more detail, let me know and I can get that. But I wanted to make sure that I share the feedback that I get from our teachers.
Mr. Hill, could you just read that one more time?
We can't develop advanced pass increases if we don't teach the same thing year to year. And then, you know, I wanted to comment on both, well, I'll start, you know, Dr. Bergen, you talked about creating a school of acceptance. And then you went into a comment about the video and social media being troubled, that you were troubled by this rhetoric. And I've heard many people on this stage talk about equality and inclusion. And so I would caution both of you who spoke tonight regarding that video, you need to be careful. It sounds as if you're choosing sides, and that's certainly not creating a school of acceptance. One other comment that I think is important. We talk about opt out, opt out, opt out. It's always an opt out, opt out. We are not going to create an opt out plan for the majority of our students to satisfy the minority of our students. We're not going to do it. And so I think that needs to be loud and clear. We want every single student to be successful. And we're going to set that up and give everybody an opportunity, but we're not going to continue to build an opt-out option on every single thing. Other than that, I want to wish our students, our staff, our teachers, I know not everybody gets to enjoy their summer, but I do want to say enjoy your summer. To those who get some time off, get outside, go do some things, and enjoy life. So, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Well, since you came back in the room, I wanted to tell our own Barry Sexton happy birthday again. Thank you for celebrating it with us. I want to say congratulations to Scott Graham, principal at Liberty Middle School, who is now known as Dr. Scott Graham. It was really cool. There were pictures posted on social media of all the kids celebrating him, and it was great to see for a change, and congratulations, Scott. I'm going to sound like a broken record by the time it gets to me because all of my good stuff has already been taken. But I also want to say congratulations to Isaac Simmons on his qualification for the U.S. Open. That's just amazing. Mr. Hill and I also attended, out of all the stuff we went to, the retirement celebration for our retirees. And to me, it was pretty impressive, the number of years that we've had dedicated to our county. And we are very appreciative of that. This was the program that was there, but on the back, I know y'all can't see it from there. I just want to show you how long and extensive the list is. The years of service. We had years here of 24, 30, 23, 31, 24, 23, 31, 21, 37, 35, 33. That's a true testimony, and I hope that we will never, ever take those years of experience for granted, that we are lucky to have them. Memorial Day weekend was very busy for Bedford County. I was at all three graduations. I love graduation. It's my favorite time of year. It's the one time you get to celebrate with all the families, and it's just really cool to see them, to see the graduates really relish in their accomplishments and knowing that they are now a grad and getting ready to start that next chapter of their life. And I also want to give kudos, this was mentioned earlier too, but I've got to give kudos to Stanton River Principal Darcy Parker. As everyone knows, we were evacuated because of a fire alarm during the Stanton River graduation. We came back, and Ms. Parker, in her speech, never missed a beat. She jumped right in. She made a joke of the situation, made light of it instead, and people were not grumbly anymore for having to go outside and come back in. But it was really cool the way that she just kept it going and kept everything flowing. So thank you, Ms. Parker. We appreciate that. And as Dr. Bergen mentioned in his slides, the Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears did go to Susie Gibson, hosted a question and answer session, town hall type meeting with our students. We had gotten our volunteers, so just more or less recommendations, then they volunteered from all three zones from the middle schools and the high schools. We had a good turnout for the students, especially considering that it was Memorial Day weekend and families were on vacation. The Lieutenant Governor, when she was speaking to them, of course, she was very inspiring to them. But I'm sitting there and I'm watching, and she gives her opening speech, which was awesome to hear, and knowing that the Lieutenant Governor was talking to these kids and telling them that they can achieve anything. But then something else that really inspired me or amazed me was the questions the kids turned around and asked her. We tend to sometimes lump all of our kids into the fact that they have their noses in their phones and they're not in touch with the world that's going on. These kids very much were. They were asking thought-provoking questions. She actually had to stop and think on a couple of those before she answered. So they were thought-provoking. The kids had actually taken their time and thought about these, and they were very sincere. Now, with that being said, several years ago, this actually stopped probably about 4 years ago. When I was first on the board, I served on the Student Advisory Committee. That was where we had students from middle school and high school grade levels. We had 2 students from each grade level, from each zone, we would meet over at the school board meeting room, and they would brainstorm. We did not talk to them. We gave them instruction of what to do. They would brainstorm over what they needed in their school. They would work together. Then at that first meeting, they had their sheets of paper and their markers, and they would brainstorm. Then at the next meeting, they would weed through, after they thought about it for a month, they would weed through what was relevant and what stayed there. Then the next month, the last month, they would form a presentation. Then their final meeting was they showed up at a board meeting, and they presented to us what we needed to do, and the IGA committee was probably really interested in this, but what policies or what we needed to do to help their experience in schools. And I do remember from my time there that we did adopt several policy changes, and you probably remember them. You remember the advisory committee? Yeah. And that is a wonderful way, because we say that kids need to be involved and take ownership. That's a wonderful way for them to take ownership. And at some point in time, especially when we're talking about committees being formed, I would really like to see and get agreement for starting that student advisory council back up. I think the kids would take big advantage of it, and it's good to know that they are being active and wanting to get involved. Going back to the Lieutenant Governor's tour, I didn't mean to get sidetracked there, but she was really, like I said, Mr. Carson led the tour. She was really impressed with our CTE offerings. She was impressed with the school, and it was really neat for her to see her looking at the legacy of Susie Gibson. She was really intrigued by that, and she actually told her staff to look into it further, and I just thought that was really cool. As Mr. Hill said, we went to the all-day graduation, and I tell you what, I mean, not only is Travis amazing in the way that he presents and talks to people, but if you think people celebrated at the Vine Center, you should have seen them there. Families were so happy, and it was such an awesome event. I'm so glad I went, and congratulations to those graduates as well. Now, I've run out of things that I have written on my paper, but I know we still have, normally I ask for a motion to adjourn, and I'm sorry I can't now, but we did have matters to cover that we did not cover in closed session. So do I have a motion to go back into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go back into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, discipline, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. No offense, Mr. Holbrook, I heard her first. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are back in closed session. Okay.
no motion yet.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Yes, so moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are out of closed session. And since there is no action item, I'm sorry. Again, see, I always forget that.
We're gonna start having a little
You should see all the notes I have.
$1 in each time.
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Now, there was no action item to take on the closed session. So with that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.